contrast too high, and also why is that mic having trouble picking up? Hello. Okay. Need to fix the face cam. Sorry about that. Yeah. Hello, and welcome back to Recreation. I will be your storyteller, Jarl O'Larland, from the Dreamscape Telling Guild. And that's okay. That's a whole lot of exciting to do. Get things back in order because my device decided to glitch. Yes. I am from the guild, and my players.
I'm lit.
Oh yes, and sorry, your guys' mic was not set up properly, so you two will have to. Oh yay, it's not numbered. Go ahead. Okay, I chose the wrong mic. They're not numbered. I'm just having to.
At this point, we're just gonna say
Oh
test
my
until it shows up.
Yes. Okay, that's the right mic. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm Eden. I'm playing Sir Jan Carcosa.
And I'm Zach, and I am playing Vind as well as Knickknack and Kale.
Yeah. Before we get started, I just want to say thank you to Insvept. He is the person who wrote the music that and allows us to use it for this campaign. Not only did he write all of the music, but I wanted to specifically thank because his discography is where I took opening theme from Pathstrider by Vincept, featuring Jason Higgins. I just realized today. It's actually collaboration. I forgot to switch. Where are we? My escape and I'm an idiot.
It's fair.
Previously, on Recreation, remembering the road to Taishan. While on a scouting mission of the southern end of the Jia archipelago to set up a lookout for early warning for Neo Taishan. Vind and Kyuke were attacked by a band of goblins who seemed to have a connection with Wind. In the brief confrontation, they discovered a goblin named Horizon, who, unbeknownst to the pirates, came from Arator. Later, the three told stories of their past, recounting the time Vind met his young friend Jeet, the time Kyuke joined Bokcho, and the story of how Horizon got stuck in a barrel for at least a month. Now that the location for this lookout post has been discovered and chosen, and the construction began. UK has gone back to the ASS Admiral, his ship, the pirate crew, to watch over and make sure that goblins do not come again to attack, at least from the direction of the Sky Seas. The ASS Castle protects the city of Neo Taishan, or, well, town, gets to be built. Looking towards the continent. Majority of the goblins wrong. Vind, somewhat alone, is now journeying and exploring the archipelago. Starting from the smallest island at the end, where the outpost now is. Horizon is traveling with, as well as Bella, a member of Vin's caravan that he has been close with. As the three of them wander through the woods, along these islands, and gazing out towards the floating archipelagos above and the continent lying above the swirling aether below. They stand atop a cliff and look out and see a stretch of very small islands coming off of the archipelago, ending at what looks like a column of thin smoke. And perhaps some goblins walking along. I just realized, Gimmick, did I forget to have you introduce yourself?
Oh, yeah! Hi, I'm Gimmick, and I'm a guest player today.
Coordination.
Yeah!
Professionalism.
We're
All
professionals.
Of the definitely things that I am capable of.
Yes.
So yes,
Oh.
Stella, Vind, and a random goblin that you found recently.
She's mine now, I've adopted her.
The three of you are standing on the edge of this floating island, looking out on this cluster of rather small island. Noticing, again, the spiraling path of these islands, much like paths originally saw. Spiraling rock, well, not rock formations as much as clusters, being everywhere around the coast island, Pelago, as well as the continent. See, as I said, see a vapor rising from not the end of this spiral of rocks, but a point within it. See a large, a tree taking up a large portion of that island.
That looks like maybe a camp. Maybe a campfire or something. Maybe it means people. It means those goblins that tried to steal the barrels. Yes, the ones that made you go wee. Fair enough. Fair enough. We shall see about what we can do about that. If these are them.
This spiral actually, the island that you see in the spiral kind of goes up and over the island that you are currently on. You're more on a cliff over the island. The spiral does first go off the island, then around.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I could probably pick my way down.
This island is higher.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can see that the kind of silhouetted against the
Okay,
sky.
so they're above us. Okay.
Yes,
Yeah, I thought it was
moon
above.
that looks as if it was either shattered or compiled.
Okay.
So,
yeah, I thought it was
silhouetting the island, dull, low,
Okay.
stars, and rainbow light coming low, and the stars above, fading, polar.
And there's not the like paths of rocks. Is there one that's like?
Yes, there was a spiral that kind of
Yeah.
like leads off from this island up to small floating rock.
Well, that sounds good to me. Start walking.
Yeah. It is not too difficult, or it is not too difficult to go along spirals of rock when you're taking your time. Running along them might be. You travel along. Hey, calm down, doggos. Jasmine, calm down, girl. Come here, Jasmine, stop it. Come here. Come here. Sit. Sit. Stay. Good girl. Stay.
Surely.
Stay. You travel along, stepping on the uppermost rocks of the spiral. Well, not fully uppermost, as there are small rocks ranging from size of a barrel to size of an apple that you hold on to, and though they shift slightly, work well as handhold. It's fairly easy to maintain your 3 points. As you head up on you head up along the rocks, you see a Jasmine. You see a cluster, a flock, perhaps drifting in the air. Chirping sound of slow. Looks more like perhaps glowing, maybe winged even, going through the sky along the spiral of stones. As you approach, they dart way into some other stone. Awake around you. And eventually, on the island you were looking at itself, large tree, taking up more than half of it. As so. It is difficult. It's somewhat difficult for you to get from the spiral itself to this uppermost stone, uppermost island. It is raised up at the top of the stone and could theoretically try to get to the other side where the tree is not blocking you. Perhaps climb around this side flat.
So it's up a bit,
It is.
and we're on the side. Okay. Okay. Am I? Doesn't much help for the other two, though. How hard does it look like it would be to climb?
It doesn't look. Make a perception. Intelligence or wisdom?
Wisdom. We're not using intelligence, which is an 8, but we didn't do very well anyways. It's 8 total. My wisdom perception ended up being the same as my total intelligence.
It's dark. Not entirely certain how well you would be able to climb it. You can't fully tell if it's clay, earth, or rock. Sure, the roots probably are pretty strong.
Finn takes all that information in and then immediately goes, I could do that! And I'm gonna try and climb it.
Okay. Make a strength.
Here we go. Wish it had been acrobatics, but... Okay. 7.
You reach out and grab on one of the roots. As you climb up and try to reach for a piece of earth, your hand slips off of the root and falls slightly. I would like you to as you fall towards the stones beneath you.
15.
As you fall to the stones beneath you and deftly land back, 1 foot on stone, the other on stone. Stabilizing yourself, walking over this river of air.
There!
Good job!
Thank you.
You didn't die!
That was very impressive.
Thank you.
Truly as graceful as you always are.
Don't try to be. Only ever I'm graceful when I don't. Well, when it's this kind of thing. Not when I'm trying to walk around and actually function.
Why not let's help each other in this? She kind of gets beneath it and like grabs onto one of the roots. Ori, come up with me. We'll get up first.
Right.
Make an athletics check with advantage as she is helping you. She's basically like with one arm allowing you to stand on that and then pushing you up as you climb with your. Nat 20. Yeah, as, like, you were like, okay, and you, like, jump onto her arm, and then, like, spring up, grab, and, like, she's like, okay, as you just, like, zip up.
I know this character is horrible.
Nice.
That was easy. At this point, you were, like, you kind of zip up and, like, around, the tree slightly, and you're on a limb. Off of the tree. At this point, it would be a pretty easy jump down to the ground itself if you.
I can help you up.
Yeah, as she kind of climbs her way up, what are you doing to help?
I'm like boosting.
Yeah. Yeah, as you kind of boost her up and she grabs onto some roots as for a moment her foot kind of slips off of one of the roots and then you kind of catch her and help her back up. As she gets up and is holding on to a one of the limbs at this point. Her feet situated on two others, she reaches down her arm to you.
Take it. Yeah.
With advantage.
I need it. Okay then. 16.
Yeah, as she helps you up, and then you manage to grab onto some sturdy points in the tree. Work your way over the lamp.
Oh. I do so.
Yeah. Do you also make your way to the land, or are you staying in the tree?
I'm going to jump down.
As
How high up am I?
like 5-6 feet.
Okay.
Like it is a little bit of a jump, but like you can kind of like grab on, swing down, and get down pretty easy. As Stella climbs along and comes after you. Kind of look around, and it's a tree and a small pool that is actually you see it kind of slowly fill a bit of the the pool is slow. You're not entirely certain where the water's coming from.
Makes sense.
I throw a stick at their head.
Okay. Yeah, Vind, make a dexterity saving throw. As, you kind of, like, feel a breeze and then step, as then a stick straight in front of your face just flies by you.
I turn and look.
You turn and look and see, near the tree.
You can see near the tree a goblin, maybe about 3'5" or something. It is got a long, stringy, nasty blonde beard and Spanish moss draped over ears and over the shoulders. There's some, it looks like several bits of bone tied together around his torso and legs. And in his hands a big wooden staff with what looks like an animal rib cage hanging off the top of it. And he goes, Get from pool! Get from pool!
I beg your pardon?
I think he wants us away from the water.
It's my pool! It's pool! It's my pool! Stay away from pool!
And stick my toe in it.
I throw a rock at her.
Make an attack roll. Not you.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, as beautiful, love it.
Oh, this is why we're not supposed to let goblins interact with each other.
19.
Which you are wearing piecemeal, so that does mean as like a rock flings at you and like hits against one of your straps, as one of your straps just kind of like cuts, and one of the shoulder pads that you are wearing over your back as protection swings down and is now like dangling by your feet. Yeah, roll a d4 damage. Plus strength.
Okay.
Not you.
No, no.
Yeah. The person who made the attack.
I'm doing this one. It's me doing my crazy thing. 2.
Okay, yeah.
I'm
2
not
whole
strong.
points of damage.
Yeah.
2.
But I hit it really good.
Extremely accurate.
Um,
Doesn't do it.
and because we're kind of doing very loose with continuity, in between each session, you're in all of your injuries.
Nice.
So you're back to normal with that. Yeah. So you get hit by the rock, taking 2 damage. Do you have your strength threshold out for level 7 variant?
No, I.
Okay. Well, it's your max HP divided by 8.
Okay.
Just put down a
But,
gimmick.
like,
one.
2's not gonna be enough to to actually give you an
Yeah.
injury. As like the rock kind of like cuts across your back a little bit. Probably gonna bruise, but like you do you continue to the pool?
I do.
I pick Ori up by like the
Okay.
strap at the back
I-
and just
I start trying to
Okay,
hit
yeah.
his arm.
You can make a strength athletics or dexterity acrobatics, and you have to make a strength athletics check.
Mhm.
Ori is a goblin, correct?
Yes.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So then in Goblin, I'm just gonna be going like, Said get away from my pool! What are you doing over there? What that I have? It's what I own at my house! It's my house and my pool! Come on!
6.
Yeah.
As I
Ori-
reach and just no.
Ori very easily gets out of Vin's grasp. As you just are you getting in the pool of water?
I just want to stick my feet in. That is it.
Yeah. Ori just like walks into the pool of water.
I look right in the eyes.
I am charging with a stick.
I try and grab him by the back of his thing.
Okay, yeah. Go make another grapple check and random old goblin make a check to avoid the grapple check.
What's that?
Okay.
Dexterity?
Dexterity acrobatics or strength athletics.
I still have that inspiration from a while ago, right?
Yes, you
And then
do.
okay, I'm using it.
Okay.
Okay.
Might not help. 17.
12.
You very easily like kind of run by him as he like puts a hand on your shoulder and you're just like
No.
You run at Ori. Are you like swinging his stick at her?
I'm swinging a stick with the rib cage at her. Just like,
Yeah.
do
Make an
that.
attack roll.
Fuck.
Okay. So are
You
you
would.
are you
Do you have a pencil?
you can start fighting
Yeah,
defensively
you can
essentially.
Okay.
Yeah. So you'll have disadvantage as Ori's kind of like trying to dodge out of the way. Actually, no. You need to make a dexterity saving throw. And random old goblin, please just attack him.
Okay.
Random goblin.
I will not barf.
15.
I'm not gonna!
Okay, good.
Okay, so what was your attack?
13.
13? Okay. Then Ori, you kind of like duck and dodge out of the way as he's just swinging at you with this rib cage flail. Really.
Can I out from turn?
Yes, you can. Make a either unarmed attack roll or make an unarmed attack.
Okay.
Are you proficient in unarmed weapons? Improvised?
Improvised.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unarmed does qualify as improvised.
Okay.
So go ahead and make that roll with you. efficient. This is your level 7 version,
Oh, yeah. Okay.
6. And yeah, as what is your AC?
My AC is
Does
13.
24 hit you?
You know, I think it might.
Yeah, as you just get like Ori just kind of comes down and then sweeps your leg with hers, and you just and then face down into the pool of water. You kind of like go forward.
Oh boy.
To the point where like the pool is kind of into the deeper portion of the pool.
Well,
I walk over there and kind of get between them.
Yeah, Vin kind of like gets into the water between the two of you. And the water, at this point, from your displacement, has gone up to the edge of the pool, and then you hear... As then you see the stone, it doesn't break, it moves out of the way, as then the water begins to rush towards the edge of the island.
I grab one.
Everyone in the water, make a dexterity saving throw. Or strength saving throw to resist the current.
Freaking! I'm supposed to be good at this.
I can send you that, but I can't send it now.
Keeping in mind I'm supposed to be good at deck stuff. Nat 1?
Ah, yay! And Old Goblin?
I got a 6.
Sweet. So yeah, Old Goblin, you kind of like start getting rushed away, like pushed by the current.
Gosh. Freaking dang it, Dave.
Now, you can't say that on the internet.
Excuse you. Makeshift water slide.
You begin to like be kind of pushed from the water as you are prone within the waves. You're beginning to be tumbled. Whereas Vind, you kind of like have stepped into the water and then it riptides as you go fall directly on your back, and then actually no, you kind of flip over as then the first thing to touch the water is your head, which then the current spins you faster as you basically reverse cartwheel against the water as you're being thrown towards the edge. As this water very rapidly, almost all at once, the stone not only got out of the way horizontally, but down towards, like, it is shooting downward. You just get sucked towards below.
Okay.
As Stella's like, no! As she kind of tries to grab you. In the process, she tries to grab you, like, she reaches out, and then, you, kind of spin, and you see her hand, like, reach out, as then your feet come up and, kick her hand, as it kind of destabilizes her.
Sonny!
She slips in the mud, and then also goes down the water as well. As Ori, you are standing here as you see all of them begin to be washed away by this water.
Boy. I'd like to cast
Hey. Calm down, girl. Go ahead.
I'd like to cast planar binding.
Okay. Is this sorcerer or?
This is cleric.
Okay. Yes. What does that do?
So, with this spell, you attempt to bind a celestial, an elemental, a fey, or a fiend to your service. The creature must be within range. Typically, blah, 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 blah. At the completion of casting, the target must make a charisma saving throw. On failed save, it is bound to serve you for the duration if the creature was summoned or created, blah, 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 blah.
Okay.
A bound creature must follow your instructions to the best of its ability.
Yes. Saving throw, or is it just an automatic success?
Charisma saving throw.
Okay. Oh,
Need a 15.
I did hear you say that. I just
That's okay.
It's the curse of being a DM.
It's okay to be dumb. It's funny. Haha.
Yeah, there we go.
Why have I not made that a character voice yet?
What is actually?
Get it.
Never mind. Oh, fun. Okay. Does a 14 beat your AC or DC?
No, it does not.
Okay, yes, you, describe how you cast your spell.
I swipe my staff, my bone staff, in the air, and I go as my funny little magic spell words, and and I
Just
command
tumbling through the water as
I command the island to keep me from falling off.
Okay. As yes, the island, as you are falling, like, the stone kind of, like, reaches out, juts out, as it kind of, forms, upward. As it is forming, it doesn't form fast enough to stop you, instead kind of launching you into the sky. As then, the wind swirls around the island and buffets you, as you then tumble back and land on ground. As Ori, like, you see that kind of happening, as at this point the other two are, like, they are crossing over the edge of the island.
Stella doing so normally, me basically looking like a rock that's been skipped.
Yes! Spinning as fast as possible.
I run over and try to grab him.
Okay, make an initiative check to try to act fast enough. Because you did kind of wait. Trying to-
17.
Okay, yeah. Now make a strength saving throw at disadvantage. Because you're essentially, well, no, you're not. No, yeah, just make a normal strength saving.
Okay. 15.
Okay. As you like reach out and you kind of reach out and kind of like jump to a tree root that's hanging down near the bottom. Kind of wrap yourself around it slightly and grab him with one hand as he is spinning back towards the island his legs are, as you catch them, kind of, as then you guide them and they slam against the root, and then he drops and you go, flat, as the root, like, hits against your gut, but you are holding him as Stella is just falling through the...
Okay.
Alright. I gotta keep you alive specifically, because you can help me find my Yukon.
Right. Okay. Okay. How far is Stella at this point?
At this point, she is still in the air, but out of arms. Well, you are dangling from someone else. So, possibly, as you are kind of swinging down, you can make a check to attempt catch her.
No, because this is the only utility I know about this thing. I'm drawing the sword.
Okay, yeah. As like she is going, and you're like, I am grabbed by Goblin. As then you pull out the legendary hilt of the center winds, the whirling winds.
Yeah.
Yep.
As I pull it, and I'm gonna start flying.
As yeah, so you at this point, after slamming against, you begin to like raise up, and you're like, what? What do you do?
I hold on to Vin for dear life.
Okay, yeah.
So are you letting go of the tree root?
I'm letting go of the tree root.
Okay,
I
what
don't-
is
I don't
your
die.
carrying capacity?
Oh gosh. Encumbered weight?
Well, like, she's 90 pounds? Was it?
50.
50?
Small. Holding.
So
Did you actually
Very
look?
small.
Did you actually look up
Yes, I looked
Goblin
it up.
for that?
It's within the range. It's
Okay,
low
yeah, yeah.
on that range.
Yeah, yeah.
But it's within the range.
Okay.
Okay.
So my minimum, like,
Yeah.
just encumbered is 45. So
Sweet. So that is minus 10 movements.
okay. Well, I'm currently at 30 fly speed.
Yes. Well, falling speed is I think 500 per turn,
Okay.
I believe. So, basically you can choose to fall and catch up with her. Or if you're trying to like grab, like, because
Okay.
you drawing your sword had allowed her to fall past it. So
Alright.
you could decide to fall.
Okay.
Try to
Here's what
catch
I'm
her.
gonna do.
You could even
As-
fly downward while falling and go faster than you would normally go. Basically propelling yourself down.
Alright. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going, Ori has my leg, right?
Yes.
Okay. I go, Ori, hold on tight.
Okay.
And drop. And I'm going to fall and fly down.
Yeah, as the wind, you feel the wind, like, pushing, like, as it's just, like, rushing down. Even though you're falling, at this point your clothes are actually rushing downward because of the wind pressing around.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna try and catch up to her, and when I catch up to her, wrap my free hand,
Go back.
and grab her.
Yeah, yeah, so you grab her, make an athletics or acrobatics check. With Stella would be, I'm gonna say Stella is 130.
Okay.
So,
That's old.
Not if you're an elf.
so,
Yeah, that's
50,
it's over my max.
that's over your max?
It's over my max with both of them.
Okay, so, that would be... Make an acrobatics or athletics with triple disadvantage.
Boy.
4d20 and take the lowest.
Gonna need another d20.
Here, you can borrow mine.
Alright.
We already did.
Yeah, alright, I've got
you-
4
you
now.
have 4.
Alright, here we go! Woo! Alright,
Bones.
well, if it wasn't the lowest, I would've got a nat 20. Let's see... 10.
Okay, as you kind of like pull up and like as you are like dipping down below, you are trying to pull up as the winds are pushing you up.
Okay.
You see the trees whipping and the branches bending to try to pull you up. As you are kind of like balancing through the sky, you go sink down below the tree line and then hit the ground and begin tumbling.
Okay.
As I will say, yes. Okay. Everyone needs to make well, actually, it wasn't a controlled fall for anyone other than you. But you're holding on to people still not controlled, so none of you get to that opportunity.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
They're taking damage.
Haha.
That's what you think.
But you get for going in my pool.
That is surprisingly only 4 points of damage.
Okay.
From 3d6. As you hit the ground and begin to tumble along the ground, kind of as you begin spinning again.
Yeah. Question.
Yes.
With the damage, can I negate it for them as well if I use slow fall feature, or would that just do me? Holding
You
them,
can't.
or
I'm gonna
negate
say,
it for them but not me.
what it's gonna do is, every 1 point equals, every 1 point of damage requires 2 from the slow fall, and it has to be spent individually. So 2 points to reduce 1 falling damage from you, 2, 1 from her.
Okay, well there's 35 total, so
It will, so 15, and it's 4 damage. Yeah. You
Okay, yeah.
negate all the damage.
okay.
As you all like begin to like hit the ground as you like kind of slow, and it's not as much that you slow down and then gently hit the ground. You guys are still tumbling through.
Yeah.
But every time you're about to hit the ground, you instead like kind of cushion down with wind buffeting around you, and then kind of spin and tumble through the air.
Mhm.
And every time you almost hit something, you instead kind of get cushioned. Bruises, no damage. As you're kind of like, basically air bubble around a tree. As you eventually come to a stop.
In a heap.
In a heap, yes.
Okay. Let go of Stella, pry Ori off my leg, stand up, sheath the sword. Go. Well! Mr. Random Goblin, sir?
I'm like, wait, are we on the same island still?
No, you can still hear it.
Okay.
Yeah, the fall was 60 feet.
I call out,
We did not hear
What?
that.
That's it.
Are you pulling away from the mic when you that?
No, I was getting closer. Let me try again. Get what?
I think.
What are you doing?
Okay.
Bowling, do you think there is a way for you to help us get back up to you?
Why?
If you could be so
Why?
kind. We won't touch your water anymore. Don't touch the water anymore.
You went in my.
Not yet.
You went in tree.
You didn't say not to go in the tree.
It's my tree. I was busy.
Oh.
Name wasn't on it!
Well,
mine.
yes, we won't touch your stuff anymore if you will help us get back up. If you don't help us, I will get up myself and I will touch all of your stuff.
Make an intimidation roll.
with advantage.
With advantage because Goblin also threatened to touch everything.
Okay, that's 21. I will touch your tree and your water so hard. It will become mine.
What was that roll number?
21.
I drop a rope ladder.
Yeah, you just hear as this rope ladder with wooden. You actually notice that the rungs on this rope ladder, they are they look like raw branches. They're not like cut wood.
Right. Yeah. I go, thank you, and start climbing.
I also start climbing.
Stella follows up after. Eventually, you guys crest, and the old goblin's just standing there.
You see that the ladder is attached to a little hand made of dirt that just in the island ground.
That is a very neat trick.
And that's all there is to say about that. Oh, everything went silent.
Yes, the music stopped.
Oh, I mean, I didn't hear people.
Oh.
Sorry. That is a very neat trick you got there with the hand.
It's dirt. It's dirt hand.
Dirt hand.
It's dirt hand from Dirt Island, island home. The homeless and me.
Right.
I'm no poet.
Or he's just a very unique one.
I speak in Goblin. You shut your dirty little mouth. I'm doing the best I can.
Yeah, sure you are.
I don't speak Common fluently. This is the language I speak better.
And I say in Common,
I am Uncle Funkums. You,
pond touchers.
Yes, I am Halfton Wind.
I'm Tori.
I will say, I'm Stella, and I never touched your pond, I just fell off the island.
Yes, and I only touched it because I was trying to keep you two from killing each other because I'd rather not have any blood anywhere. I was gonna say on my hands, but anywhere.
I say to Ori, what's the common word for guilty by association?
Guilty by association.
Guilty by association.
You pronounced it wrong.
Shut
That
up.
is-
Shut up.
No.
That is not
Shut your
how
mouth.
I hit them both over the back of the head.
That. No, you're a friend.
Stop it.
There.
Both of you, chill out.
How dare pond
I
toucher
flick him
touch.
on the nose and I go, listen. How about we very calmly and without shouting at each other or touching people's ponds, we talk. You, sir! I gesture to Uncle Funkums and go, you live here, yes?
Yes.
And you do so here and not with the other goblins. Why?
Uncle Funkum is in exile.
Why?
I did it.
You did it?
I did it. Uncle Funkum's exiled for
Maybe talk to each other in Goblin and she translates to me.
I insult Goblin.
Can she insult you in your own language? While she translates for me so that I can understand what you're saying.
Ask him for permission.
Well, consent is important.
Oh.
I
Legally.
I look at Vind and say, "Listen, listen, well, Pond Man. I not talk to the bad one who touch pond and disrespect waters."
Not bad.
Do you, other than Goblin, is there another language that you speak fluently?
Undercommon. 'Twas useful when it was 2 years old.
Oh, never mind.
2 years was long years before. I will do my best, and you will suck it up.
Well, if you insist, I start walking towards the pond. I can suck up the pond if you want.
Can I help?
I am absolutely certain that, as you can see, because I am much bigger than you, I am fully big enough to be able to suck the pond up if you are not cooperative.
Fine.
Thank you.
Cross my arms.
Be nice to each other.
I try to pat his head.
Bite at it. I don't actually bite it, but I bite at it.
No. You are saying you are in exile because...
I speak in Goblin to Ori. I was labeled a heretic for having the correct true faith that came first before anyone else's, and then everyone else got stupid, and then I was the only one that was left to be smart. And when you're the only smart one surrounded by stupid people, you get labeled the stupid person, and then you get thrown off the island, and you get called names.
That's terrible.
So why did he get exiled?
Because he was called a heretic. I don't know that I agree with him, but that's what he says.
You have not seen the might of Uncle Funkums. I am the mighty cleric and only one true prophet of the grave god.
What god?
Grave god, god of the graves.
Okay.
What's he saying?
He's the one true prophet of the god of the graves.
God of Graves. Does this God of Graves have a name?
Grave god.
There. I suppose I shouldn't be too picky, considering that I worship fate, so... Anyways.
Do you understand? Fate is just a long way to death. Death is the end. But I have risen from death and have conquered, and now am the ruler of the faith.
Under the king.
Well, I mean, that follows, yes, death is, well, I mean, death isn't the end, but it's certainly stopping living. The point
Not for me.
on the line of fate.
I died, but I live.
Please explain how
Insight
you
check.
died.
Yeah, make an insight.
Insight on what?
I died, but I lived. That's 15.
Not lying.
Is he right, though?
He's not lying. I mean, like, insight can't tell you what really happened. It can tell you what
Okay.
someone is thinking. What they might believe.
Interesting.
And it's not unheard of for people to come back to life.
Yeah.
Rare. Expensive.
Mr. Uncle Funkums. I have
Yeah.
a question for you.
Yeah.
When you had this experience of deathing and then coming back, one, how long ago was that? And two, how old are you?
Can I make a history check to know either of the answers to that?
Yes. Yeah, So,
Lord knows I
sorry.
don't know.
What again was the first question?
The first question was, how long ago did you die and come back? And then,
Okay,
how old are you
does
now?
Uncle Funkums keep track of years?
I'm sure he's kept track of the days that he's been here. Like,
He has it only in days.
yeah. Every 30 minutes, just another time.
Okay, yeah. So actually, so on the tree, like on
Yeah.
one of the parts of the tree, there is just a bunch of tally marks. You can
I'm
count
here
them.
for this many.
That many years?
Scratches.
That many scratches.
That's many scratches.
How often do you scratch?
I look at I look up at the sun. I assume there's a sun.
No, it's nighttime. There is a moon that looks like it has been shattered, or possibly being feathered.
I put a scratch on the tree.
Right.
But definitely depends.
I mean, it
You
wouldn't
look-
necessarily be fully strange for you. Goblin culture does not tend to try to remember things a whole lot in general. So, I mean, the oddest part would be the fact that he's marking down the place.
Yeah. And I say, so when you know that time is different when sky is different. So I look up at the sky, and I put another scratch on the tree. It's like the sky was different that time.
At the still nighttime.
No. This makes sense. The sky was different.
How different does the sky have to be for you to make a mark?
Different only for prophets to see.
Stella kind of goes to the edge of the island and climbs down off the edge of the island.
What? Yeah.
Where, Stella? Where are you going?
I'll be back in a moment.
Okay. So, Mr. Uncle Funkums,
Please, Uncle Funkums.
Uncle Funkums, what do you eat?
I shake the rib cage on the end of my big staff. Raccoon.
What? Raccoon.
And how is this raccoon? Does it taste good? Vinda's
is
suddenly paying 2 times more attention.
It is raccoon. It tastes like raccoon.
Do you think...
Look, I show. And then I cast mending on the rib cage and watch as the meat begins to grow back on it.
Do you cook it at all?
I suddenly just make a staring off in the distance. I did cook once.
Well,
Not
tell me, Uncle Funkums.
Please,
Would
Mr. Uncle Funkums.
Mr. Uncle Funkums, would you like to have something different to eat for at least a little while?
What is?
I could...
What you have? What pond toucher have from Uncle Funkum Mouth?
Well, I don't have any food, but I do have cooking utensils, so I could cook you. I could cook your raccoon. I could make you a stew. A raccoon stew.
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 It's basically you cook the meat, and then you put some of the meat grease in water and mix it, and then put the meat in the meat grease water and cook it for a bit.
As Vind continues to try to explain stew to Uncle Funkums. In the background, Ori, you kind of see Stella, like, her arm come up over the side of the island, and you see her kind of, like, it tremble a bit as she's pulling herself back up. And then, while they're still distracted with their conversation, you see her, like, kind of dragging something, and then she puts it in front of her and then begins to push something. It's like a baseball-sized rock that she's pushing through the air that is clearly giving her resistance. As you are having the conversation, Uncle Funkums is, like, completely focused on trying to figure out what stew is. And you see Stella, she pushes the stone to just above Uncle Funkums, and then steps back as you're continuing to have the conversation.
So you see, after you put the meat in the meat grease water, that you put it in there and you cook them together, and you cook it some more, and then sometimes you put like plants in it, like carrots or potatoes, or maybe some roots or something. I've heard of rock stew. You stick a rock in the stew, you know, that sort of thing.
Meat and rock in meat water. Meat
Yes.
water.
You put meat, plants, and sometimes rocks in meat grease water. I'm sorry. Common is not my first language either.
Yeah. I think I'm just...
I would actually like you to make a Constitution saving throw versus your intelligence score.
Oh no! I made him think!
You have succeeded in confusing Uncle Funkums.
Oh no.
15.
Is that a success? It's versus
Yes.
your intelligence score.
Oh, my intelligence score is 10.
So it's a success.
Yes.
Yeah, as you are clearly, like, you're thinking hard about it. But you do not manage to hurt yourself.
You see,
Uncle Funkums
sometimes
is a hardy goblin.
you see sometimes this this meat and plants and sometimes rocks in meat grease water. Sometimes you also have it with bread. And I could also, if you know, you maybe went back to our camp, I could make you some bread. And specifically, I like to make bread by like putting a bunch of nuts on top of it, so you get bread with nuts, with meat and plants, and sometimes rocks in meat grease water.
I scramble up Vin and pull him by his lapels.
It's crunch time now. It's time. It's moment for stew, yes.
Yes, I can make you some stew.
Make a stew. Make stew.
I looked at a raccoon ribcage.
You are stew.
Make
Stewart.
a willpower check.
Okay. What do I forgot to mark that up. How do you find that again? I'm sorry.
It would be 10 if you determined your other stats without it.
Okay, 13.
Yeah. You command the ribcage to be stew. It's not stew.
Well done.
I go.
You are called stew.
No. For me to make a stew, I'm going to have to borrow some water from your pool. If you can touch the stew.
I, I, uh, I would take the water. You make it a stew.
All right, that sounds good. Yeah, make a
Yeah.
stew.
As you're beginning to do that, you kind of like look around. You remember the smoke. You look back at the tree, and it almost looks like it's glowing from below, like just below the tree, like the ground itself, ember, just under the surface.
I point at it and go, Mr. Uncle Funkums, what is that? Why does it glow?
It is the ground.
But why does it glow like an ember?
Hold brain word. And I walk over to the spot that's glowing, and I get down on all fours and I say, "Hey, what are you doing? Talk to me here. What's happening here?"
As kind of a roaring, and then sound comes, and then flames lick out of the ground to as you kind of like have to back up as they lick up, as they roar and then settle back down.
Okay.
What languages does everybody know, by the way?
Common, Elvish, Orin, and Ignan.
Ignan being
Fire elemental.
okay, yes. You completely understand what the ground just said. Essentially, yeah, it's like I am the fire of the island.
I walk over and in Ignan, much thicker accent than I normally have, but because it's
Yeah.
even more foreign language, say, care to clarify that a little bit more? And like what you're doing here and why the island needs fire?
You sound like ground.
Shush. And
We live with he, I, us, the one. Or there's some of us. Numbers. It's his vibe. Just as water, just as earth. So is fire. So is
Good to know. Am I? Shit.
It's not screaming, it just sounds like fire.
Shit. We're talking. Mr. Fire, sir, I have a question. And it's okay if you say no. If you say no, don't take this as an insult. It is just I want help. Can I use you to cook? I'm making a stew for this mister here who lives on your island. He's never had it before.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay. 19.
Portal is not yet supposed to be stagnant.
Always.
I may let if you split. Are you of the mistresses chosen, guided, or are you range? on you to make a religion check.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I need to make a check to know what the crap he's talking about.
Yeah, make a
The
religion
mistress. Okay.
Dang, my house is getting
16.
religioso.
Sorry, say again.
16.
16. It sounds like he's referring to as the mistress. Faith is often referred to as a woman. And is, number one, in control of this place, and also often, she is seen as as the same as an elemental, but of pure magic.
Cool. I go, I am E.H. Tarvistani, if that is what you're asking. If your mistress happens to be Fate, then yes, I am one of the mistress's chosen people.
Then you may use element, as is the gift. The primordial.
Nice. Cool.
You have talked to elementals before. This elemental is very esoteric.
Right, yeah.
Like, most elementals don't kind of speak in this, like... The speech patterns similar, but it's normally not, like...
He's
talking about contracts and the mistress.
he's the tree beard of the fire elemental. Got it. Yeah, I go. Cool. He's okay with us cooking stew on him, or me cooking stew on him. So.
The water you made. So I listen to one. We are not his.
Right. Yeah. I'm not going to tell him that though, because he might get angry at me and I may have to feed him to you. Which I don't want to do right now.
I've tried eating many times.
Again, not something that I really want to do. Uncle Son comes.
Yeah.
I hold out a pot. Can you fill these with water, please?
Yeah. And I take the pot and I scoop it in the water and I bring it back.
Yeah.
And say,
So
in your tiny pond.
as you scoop some of the water, like you fill it almost to the brim, about an inch or two below the brim, and then the water kind of flows upward against gravity and pours out until it's only halfway full.
It's normal.
It is normal, in fact.
I just say it every time to remind myself.
Normal.
Normal.
You just like that word in common.
Say that again?
You just like that word in common.
Yeah. Yeah. It's normal.
Yeah, I take the pot and start setting myself up to cook, and I go, I am going to need your raccoon.
Okay. And I cast mending and grow some nasty flesh on this bone staff. and I just shake it off. Shake the bones off. I keep the staff, but he just
he just shakes and a ribcage just drops into the pot.
And it's like visceral and looking
Okay,
too. It's not pleasant.
I will do the best with what I've got. I'm gonna make a cooking
make
check.
a cooking check. Go ahead.
With my dexterity as always, because I'm being flashy about it. Okay. Okay. 21.
21. Yeah. as you make food. Go ahead and describe how you're if you want to go ahead and describe how you cook.
Okay,
Otherwise,
yeah.
like, you succeed.
I kind of boil the rib cage for a bit until the meat starts to kind of fall off, and then I kind of like pull it out and strip all the meat off so the rib cage is separate. Hand the rib cage back to Uncle Funkum's.
Break up a rib and hand one back to him. It's for flavor.
I take it. Thank you. And
Raccoon stock.
as I start to like stick it in, I like I do like use it in the way to make it kind of like stock and make a stew out of raccoon. As I make it, I ask the fire. I go, is there a chance you could talk to the that one and point at like the normal ground? I go and see if they could maybe get us some veggies, please.
Speaking to oneself. Why?
Cool. I turn around and in Elvish say to the ground, "Can I have some veggies, please?"
I heard you the first time. As at this point, like, rather than it being like this fire, it's actually like the rest of you kind of hear like the tumbling of a landslide. All of you hear that, and you can understand it. Like, you do, how I run it is that you don't actually choose a specific primordial. You do actually understand all of the primordials.
Okay.
You just, kind of, like, it's harder to understand. Like,
Right.
you studied and really understood.
Okay, yeah.
The ground kind of, you see the water from the pond begins to like drain, and the embers beneath the ground even to where is around, and as then plants begin to grow out of the ground.
I pluck a plant.
Yeah, you pull up and like a bulb comes up with it. As you kind of pull it up, it kind of like shifts slowly, kind of becomes more of a root. As the are kind of.
I can work with this. Yeah, I add it to the stew.
Yeah,
And
I am
basically just
staring in absolute confusion. I did not know my house could do this.
I make a stew out of raccoon mystery root that seems to be shifting, and raccoon bone pond water broth.
Yeah. So one thing that kind of, as you're cooking, Stella says that the raccoon.
Yes.
It doesn't shift. It is not suitable. That is a raccoon. Uncle Funkums, you're not from here, are you?
Oh, no. I'm from home.
Where's home?
My house.
Which house?
It was underground. It was smelly.
Underground, under.
By his accent, I would imagine Faerun, perhaps Orcos.
Do any of those words sound like a bell?
That sound close to what? No, this is noise that is close.
You've heard those words before, yes?
Yeah.
Distant passing, right?
Yeah. When I go up, and all the bigger ones, big like you, they go around and they stomp and they don't listen to proselytizing.
One of the original.
Yes. It does sound about right.
The goblins here, most of them are born here. It has been who knows how long since the goblins originally came. According to story, there were 5 who came. And now, as you might have noticed, the sunken continent is flooded with them.
Mr. Uncle Funkum, sir. When you came here, not here, but here, and I gesture to everything, go. Did anyone come with you?
I stare off into the distance again.
It helps if you verbalize your thoughts.
I was with people once.
I will.
They're gone. And now I am gone.
A lot of journeys go. Oh. The how of how you got here is slightly less important. I do believe we were here with a purpose. You found
Yes.
Uncle Funkums. You were with. Are you aware of the goblins that are on this island that stole the crates from us?
I need to decide if I am or not.
Goblin with crate. They, about this tall, about this wide.
And I'm just gesturing to my own body.
About the size and height of goblins. Yes.
So, yeah, but
About this long.
I like gesture to the length of my ears.
I walk over and put my hands, like, on either side, like, measuring his ears and go, yeah, this seems about right, yeah.
Oh, those were, my clan.
Your clan.
Air Goblin, yeah.
Ah, yes, other goblins, right? What you're saying?
Air Goblins, yes.
Ah.
So, your clan, do they live on this archipelago?
Way over on the other side is where they go and are.
The largest island at the end.
Yeah, and that's why I'm here, because it's far enough for exile.
From your own clan?
There is no guidebook on exiliation. No one tells how to exile oneself.
As, it's up to you whether or not you notice Uncle Funkums, but there's now, like, a goblin in the tree looking down at the pot of stew.
Sometimes I still hear their voice.
If you want some, you're going to have to ask nicely.
You talk to my tree.
Smell good, he says in Goblin.
It does, doesn't it? Hey, wait! What a...
Hello, Uncle!
Hello. Hello, Dunkle.
Hey, hello? Stu, smell good?
Yeah? Dunkle, come get this.
Can we eat?
get the stew. It's stew.
What
We
is-
eat
what is he saying?
as like 4 more goblins climb down from the tree.
Ori, what are they saying?
They're going for the stew.
Eat.
They're going to eat the stew.
The goblin
They're
like
saying eat.
comes up to you, Vin.
Are those the ones that launched
Okay,
me?
we'll get to that. Real quick, I need you to translate for me real quick, okay? Tell them they can have stew. They give us back the boxes.
Goblin. Have stew. If you give us back the boxes.
Right.
Because he says so.
Well, we have boxes now.
He says they're his boxes.
You gave boxes to us.
No, you took boxes.
What
You've
is-
almost killed me in the process.
That's what I said.
Well,
Well, not the killing part, but you gave boxes.
you about killed me.
In
I
same
think
way,
we deserve the boxes
in
back.
same way that ground gives fruit. You gave boxes.
You're not ground.
Well, no, I'm not saying you're ground. I'm saying you give boxes.
Ori, given he seems very cooperative from the body language, I am going to ask you to translate real quick for me that if they do not give the boxes, the stew will taste like nothing. It will taste awful. It will make their stomachs turn inside out, okay?
Okay.
Oh man.
You do not give the boxes. Do. It's so bad it'll turn your stomachs inside out.
I grab one of the goblins by the shoulders.
You give the boxes. We are not wasting the stew.
Okay, Uncle. We give boxes. We give boxes. We don't have boxes. Boxes at a place.
What place?
Take you there.
You're not gonna kill me, right?
Why?
You're dangerous.
Why we kill?
Let's do.
There's no need to kill. There's no need.
We give
There's no
boxes.
kill.
You bring boxes. We'll give stew.
Boxes
Go bring boxes.
do be cold.
You stay warm. He brilliant. Keep stew warm.
I take Dunkel and I say,
Listen to your uncle. You get the box, and we give you warm stew.
Okay, I give boxes. Still be warm by sun up.
Yes.
See, that was so
Absolutely.
easy. Why didn't you just say it like that?
Okay. Yeah, Dunkel just like goes and then jumps off the island.
There he goes. That's the
The
Dunkel
other
way.
4 goblins are just kind of standing there.
So did they agree to the deal?
Yes. Just have to keep hot.
Oh, that's not hard to do.
I want to take the first taste of this stew.
I mean, yeah, the stew tastes good. It really does.
Yeah.
Question. What's the closest island, and how far is the smell of this traveling?
I mean, it's not traveling all that far. The reason they smelled it was because they've been at the top of the tree the entire time.
That's just where they are.
Yes.
It's a goblin tree.
Yeah.
They are its
Okay.
fruit.
Trying to figure out where I should.
Well, you're not, you are not, this isn't the backstory, so you're not actually,
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
yeah. There are still just 4 goblins just standing there, looking at you guys. is notable that if that one goblin is trying to bring back all of the boxes, it would be very difficult.
One of you to tell them to help bring the boxes.
I say to all of them, go get the boxes for Stu. With Dunkel. Help, do it.
As they all run after and jump off as well.
Maka maka, I wave as they go by. It's religious greeting.
Oh, that is good to know.
Oh, and I plop onto the ground and I sit like a toddler. You didn't. Pond touchers and stewmen do not come to Uncle Funkum Land to bring just for stew and to touch pond. Why are you here? Who are you? I know nothing. You tell me, Uncle Funkums, all that you know. Tell a story. Give exposition.
Well, he doesn't know what stew is, but he knows what exposition means.
Uncle Funkums has strange vocabulary.
From what I have heard, Goblin history does tend to be a sort of improvisational oral history. So it does make sense.
True.
Well,
Well, as I had mentioned before, I am Heftin Wind. That is what you may call me. You may actually just call me just Wind. Heftin is a title.
I'm Orizin. Call me Ori. How did you kill this? I don't know. Problem.
But we're working on it. We'll
Yes.
get it back.
We'll get it back!
You had what?
A Yukin! It makes noise, but I hit people with it instead.
Like cucumber.
No! But sure.
A cucumber, a yucumber. October, November.
He does have a point.
Of course.
Why? What was in box? What do you need in box?
The boxes were with supplies and things like that to set up a fort near on one of these islands for the people who are building a city over that way, and I point in the direction of the continent.
it's not on the continent.
Or where
it's
yeah.
on the largest island at the end of the archipelago.
Okay, yeah, I pointed that. They're making a town over there, and we're basically trying to set up a watchtower for advanced notice, for if enemies are going that way. So yeah. Boy. I think for now. Go and tell Kiyuke and the others that we've made contact with the goblins and are in peace talks. We will get back to him on what must be done. It also sounds like there may be some on the island.
Well, Uncle Funkum, say, see you again, but, let's go. You, after Stella leaves, the three of you spend the night you actually attempt to keep the soup warm all the way to sunup?
Oh no, I just leave it.
Okay.
When the sun comes up, I'm going to
Yeah,
use,
because it is not even midnight yet.
Yeah, no, when the sun does come up, I'm going to use my, elemental attunement to warm it back up.
Yeah, so you kind of, have a conversation together. And, by the time sun comes up, you are probably a bit tired of it. And you had some conversation, some talk. Though there's such a disconnect of understanding each other's cultures that you get the idea a single conversation is impossible to result in. As the understanding is not there. By the next morning, the sun begins to rise, and you see, a, yeah, as the sun begins to rise, a little bit beforehand, you see a, actually, yeah, Ori. As the sun is rising, you see, trees shifting as if a reasonably sized group are walking. And then you see a glimpse of red sash. Pirates. Almost looks like they're coming this way, making their way to the base of the spiral of stones. Yeah, you get off the island. Yeah, I mean, Uncle Funkums and Vin, you see Ori just like, get up and begin to walk off.
Where are you going, Ori?
I'm going to investigate
What are you investigating?
pirates.
Pirates?
Yes.
I turn and look where she's pointing.
And yeah, you see the group kind of shift. It's a sizable group. It could be maybe a third or a half of the Admiral's crew.
Okay. I'll come with you.
Okay.
Yeah, as Uncle Funkums, the two of them begin to leave.
We'll be right back. In
Okay.
fact, I snap elemental attunement. The stew starts steaming again. That is warm now. If your friends come back before we do.
Oh, that's way easier. I was going to do the thing of like you go who on your spoon when it's hot to make it cold, so you go hot on your spoon to make it hot when it's cold. But
Right.
this is faster.
Yes, I actually do know what you're talking about. I do that all the time. And I go.
Oh,
Yeah,
who has to?
as you two go down the stones, and it spirals down until it is below the spiral of stones having shifted.
Mhm.
You're down there as Kale comes through the woods, leading the crew.
Gale.
Hey! Heard you found something.
Yes.
Out of the goblins on the big island. Not the head of the goblins, he's up there.
Yes. This fellow seems to kind of run the clan that kind of took some of our boxes, and we made a deal with them to exchange some stuff that I made for the boxes. They went to go get them apparently. I'm not sure if they're back yet or not, or if they will come back, but this fellow seems decent enough.
They're almost back. As you look up at a different spiral, and you see the goblins swinging across the stones.
Perfect. How many of you will it take to carry the boxes?
One per crate.
Alright, one per crate. Come with. But wait around the corner for me to tell you to come.
Yeah.
Don't want to spook them.
Sure, yeah.
Thank you.
As Kale and a few others begin to head up the trail of stones. As you see the goblins get up there, and then you hear you understand. It's off. As then part of the island just falls.
Wait!
As you say wait, it is coming down almost directly at you guys. As you are on the island.
Please don't do that.
Make a persuasion check.
Freaking island man. 16.
As you're like, wait, as then the stone hits the rocks where you are. As it was already falling when you said wait. Everybody needs to make a dexterity saving throw. As it crashes down and makes the stones unstable near you. As it then hits the ground, as the crew below kind of stumble away from it, and then you hear as you see the ground beneath it begin to cave in as it begins to fall. The ground.
25.
25?
3.
And Ori begins just immediately falls. Kale as well, immediately falls off.
No!
You also see Uncle Funkums riding it down. along with Dunkle. Uncle Funkums and Dunkle are just riding the stone down, and Dunkle is going, ah!
Mr. Island Sir, you really are making this difficult for me.
As you're saying that, Ori and Kale are already, falling.
Oh gosh.
I'd like to continue using, what's it called? Planar binding, because I cast it as a 6th level spell, which means it lasts for 10 days.
Right.
And I would like to, oh yeah, surprise, Uncle Funkums is very powerful. I would like to say,
Island, oh please, don't let them fall. They give stew.
I'm sorry. I can't get to you. As
Okay.
the piece of the island that fell was not in fact part of the elemental. Instead, it was some of the stone it formed into the island. That you are on. You are on that island, piece of island that is falling.
Cool.
Now, what this also is essentially a morning routine. This, like, while you are trying to live on this island, it is constantly trying to get you off of it. And it did actually succeed the save this time. I rolled before it dropped the island. And yeah, it, like, every once in a while, like, it just doesn't want you there. But, you're persistent. So yeah, no, at this point, like, the stone hits the ground and then it falls. The ground around it collapses, as then it falls and tumbles into the island below.
Okay.
As you see them disappearing into the darkness.
Okay.
As you are looking down, you see, like, for a moment you're reminded, standing on the building, the street collapsing, falling beneath you. Jeet, Stella, falling as well. Not Jeet, Stella. Sorry? No. Third jump.
Well, just as I did then, deja vu all over again. I jump after. This time, again, major deja vu as Vin thinks back and realizes he's done this like 3 times in his life. As I jump, draw the sword, and just hurl myself down.
Yeah. You dive in, but you had spent too much time talking with the island. You realize as you crest through into the ground, and then you grab onto someone you can't quite tell because of the darkness at this point. As then look back up, and Earth is tumbling in. As everybody again make dexterity saving throws.
Okie doke.
Uncle Funkums, at this point you are kind of like riding on the rock. It appears that despite the fact that the island may have disobeyed by chucking you off of it, you did manage to convince it to not kill you. As you are, like, essentially a piece of stone is remaining upright, to your command.
The grave god provides.
27.
27?
18.
Yeah. As, you guys kind of tumble down, stones falling around you, as you tumble around, trying to keep yourself from being crushed. You find that you are in fact holding Kale as you are flying around, as then, eventually, everything stops. It is all darkness. Noise, loudness, the rumbling has stopped. Again, flashback. You not able to see anything. Truly is an impressive. See that whole wobbly effect? Nothing. Wobbly effect as you go back to reality. Still nothing. Just as you remember.
This place we've fallen into. Because I think I missed it. Is it like mist, or are we in like under some?
You are under stuff. You are underground.
Like my finger.
Make a perception check. At first, you don't feel anything.
8.
Worry begins to build. You end up like just licking your, not feeling any. Not feeling.
Yeah, Vin starts hyperventilating.
as as yeah, does anyone have dark vision, by the way?
Oh,
Yeah, I do.
Okay,
I'm a human.
so you can see Vind as he is like hyperventilating. You can see that down here there is Uncle Funkums, as you and the other goblins can see pretty well. You see Uncle Funkums, there's Dunkel, there's Kale, and there is Vind.
Hey, it's not that dark in here. Can't you see me?
No.
No, it's pretty dark in here.
You're a goblin. You can see.
Oh wait, I opened my eyes.
Good. Help me. Stop him. Panicking.
It is less the dark and a bit more the like of breeze.
Breeze. Oh, I do this. And I cast Gust.
Yeah, as the wind picks up. Is gust? Does it require vocal?
Vocal and somatic.
Okay, so yeah, you do hear Uncle Funkums chanting as the wind picks up.
And goes. Okay, I'm good now. I think for now.
Hey,
Right.
anybody have experience with this, or we gonna wing it?
I can sort of. I pull out my lantern and my elemental thing again and light it.
Thank you.
Can I see the?
You
Roof?
kind of hold it up, and there is like, along with the massive piece of earth that you fell with, rubble has collapsed and the entrance fell.
Okay. 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 This red entrance. Where the rubble has filled in. How far is it from us?
Like the pile, you can get. Like it's kind of come a pile, and you actually like went down a cave, like along the cave, to escape from.
Okay. From the bottom of the pile.
Yes.
Point at the very top of it. And I'm going to spend 3 key points to use Gong of the Summit to cast Shatter at that point.
Okay, yeah. I'm gonna say make a spell attack roll.
Okay.
Even though I think you don't technically have to.
Yeah, no, it's normally a save. 1 moment. Okay. What stat should I use for that? I don't have a modifier.
Well, if it's for key, it would be.
Okay. Good. $15.
Yeah. Yeah, you like cast the spell and you hear, as then a cascade of stones comes along down the pile. As you kind of step back a bit, you feel like a kind of tremor. All settled.
Okay, so that did not work. It worked last time. Last time was with buildings.
As last time, you have experience getting trapped and stuff like this.
Kind of.
Last time was mine. not just a cave system. You were in the dwarven economic capital of Tabat. And the mines collapsed in as you and a few others fell in to the mines. Eventually,
Well, last time I was in Tibet, the dwarf place, and the mines caved in. And you know, dwarves, their mines are like right under the city. So the mines caved in, and we were on street level and fell into the mines. Me, Stella, someone else got stuck in the mines for a while. We had to wander for a while and find our way out.
that is where we break. Intermission. We will be back at 2200 Eastern Standard. Welcome back to part 2 of Recreation, Remembering the Road to Taishan. When we left off, our good old friends got stuck in a cave.
Yeah.
And
That's just what
and
happens.
Vin was beginning to have just part of his experience.
Yes. Very
Okay,
bad,
well,
traumatic experience.
might be a natural cave system or whatever, but it's some experience. So, what did you do last time? Place to start.
Well, being, PH Tarvistani and whatever what's her face was, didn't know too much about mines, so we just kind of went straight, and anytime we came to a fork in the road, we went left.
You were trapped within the mines. You are trapped in the mines. Stella and name that I'm forgetting?
Surgeon.
And Sir Jen. As a reminder, this is us entering into a story. Remember that you guys can corrupt characters, including someone who is not playing and backstory. Anyone as a character present. Fuck as if they're present. They are.
Yeah!
As yes, you were heading through the mines. They collapsed. Doesn't look like man part of the mines. Yeah.
I hear if you're lost in a place like this, you just turn left at every fork. Well, mines are a lot like a maze, yes? I have heard that if you want to get out of a maze, you turn left every time. I don't know, I've never been in a maze before. To be perfectly honest with you, I'm freaking out! The air is very still. I don't like it.
Why not? Coward.
Yeah. Bye.
I mean, we could try it.
That's my.
If you think so. Any input, surgeon?
Or in the sea.
Sorry, say that again.
When we're trying to find our way out of here, should we turn left at every fork or turn right at every fork?
Left at every fork, you stupid.
No, I'm the one who was suggesting that. She was asking why we shouldn't do right.
We need to go left, because left is always right. See?
That is
Not true. If you want to go right, you can go right, but we go left, because left can be right. As me.
and what I thought.
In any case, there I was, finding myself stuck in some mines with two bickering women.
Okay, right, okay, cool. You're stuck in the mines, but does it matter if which direction you go?
Well, it ended up not mattering. Turning out that there were no forks in the road. It was just a bunch of... It was just straight. Unfortunately, it was not leading out. It was a slow incline downward.
Incline down.
Is that not...
Isn't that a decline?
That's the common word for it. Yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, we have one direction to go, so I guess start walking.
Great. Sounds good. I hope there aren't any spiders down here.
Oh, it's like the spiders are going to hurt you.
Yeah, that is. I love that transition so much. Vin just said it in both instances. And then we're back into the dwarven mines.
The spiders are not.
No, you don't understand. I've heard stories of in caves there are spiders that aren't this big and are instead just very big.
This be beautiful spider. Look at it, it's blue. See, it's
That
blue.
is disturbing.
I have loved this spider.
I will give.
This was my surgeon and I never got along.
Oh, but this is beautiful. Don't you see, Vince? Look
No.
at it. It's so shiny and blue and
Don't see it.
That is
I think
very
It's too
shiny.
many
it's
eyes.
glowing. I think it's glowing.
Is
That is
no, that's not a
probably
very
not
good
good.
thing.
No, that will be good. It will be smiling. I love this spider. May I keep the spider? Okay.
That might
And then I
be
grab like a
perfect.
jar out of my satchel and then like put it in.
Turned out the spider was not smiling, but in fact trying to eat her, which would not come in handy until it was much bigger. But that is for a different time. In any case, we were in there for a long time. I don't remember how long.
You had continued to walk down the mine, slowly walking downward, feeling more and more low. And eventually ran into it. As you are holding your lantern and around a corner comes a dwarf with is almost pale, almost sickly yellow skin. Almost as if just beneath cheeks are slabs of gold. With a beard of black iron wire looking hair, braided not as much braided as kind of like it's pulled up and then it held as it's long, straight and flowing. Very full. It ties up in there. Additionally, like loops back up. His hair is essentially like a bunch of like loops and flowing. Almost.
Hi. Do you know the way out of here, Mr. Dwarf, sir?
The tortoise sir, ask for a name.
Well, actually, coming to check on landslide, a way out. I mean, I don't normally get out of the mines and go back home and get out from home. But I know there's closer ways out.
Any way will do if we can get out of here.
Well, cave-in happened in that tunnel, right?
Yes.
What are you doing in there?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Well, it is long story. To make long story short, we were chasing. Well, not really chasing. We were looking for a little friend of mine, Jit, small fellow. He's from southwest. And the trail thing kind of led to this like manhole-looking thing, and we were gonna go down and look for him when the street collapsed, and we found ourselves in here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one should have been in that. I, surprised people were even letting you walk on that road.
There may have been turn back signs, but none of us read Dwarfish.
Well, see, down here, few things that are your friend. One, light. Two, wind. See a light, see it bouncing, you go to where the light is bouncing. Could theoretically be a giant spider.
Oh, goody!
Tough. The wind, however, is either dragon's breath or an exit. Really, either one. It's a spider exit or dragon exit. One of the two. Most of the time, you're friends, though.
Good to know. And I've held on to that advice fairly good, but I did not think I was going to have to use it again. So, light, pointed lantern.
Oh, well, that's not next.
Well, yes, but you know, we have a light, so we can look for light now. We can know where we're going, but we also have to think about the fact that there's light in the caves. Wind, if we can feel a draft, there is probably an exit. And the third one that I don't remember, but he told me it.
Not that I can think of.
Anyways,
Yeah. Well,
watch out for giant spiders.
yeah. That's good advice. It is. This way, I think. You stick to one of the walls. Find the clue, you find the clue. Work should start happening now. Transport shafts. Here are where the veins are. Orf walks off. Your solution is find someone.
No. His advice more is what I was talking about.
Okay.
Look for light, feel for wind, don't get eaten by giant spiders or dragons.
Okay. That's fair.
And basically what we did was wander until we found our way out. Once we found him, he kind of led us there. That was when I found out that spiders are no joke. Never did find out what happened to the dwarf though. Last we saw, he was fighting spider and telling us to run.
Run! As he drives his pickaxe down through the exoskeleton of the head of one of the giant spiders that are scuttling after you.
You cannot collect these ones.
As he is kind of like stepping back a moment. Don't! You see sand, stay away from it. These guys make pits.
Good to know.
Don't like sand.
For goodness sake, run!
I grab both of them by the hand and start running.
Yeah, as you ran through the cave. As you ran through the cave, and as you walked through, I want you to make a survival check for walking through. and 1 for running.
Survived the stroll.
Okay. So for walking through the cave, we have 10, and for running through the cave, we have 6.
Okay, yeah. So
We're doing
when you
good.
were running in the cave, you got nothing but more.
Mhm.
Whereas, well, you were, well, that bodes well.
What?
You got lost.
Oh, well, I mean... yes, but that was because we were running from spiders. By the way, look out for sand. They like to make pits.
Right. Right. Uncle Funkums, do remember, you are also listening to him tell this story and walking through the cave with.
I've been slurping stew this whole time.
You still have some of it?
I love that you just rode it down to the massive rock with a bowl of stew in your hand.
So basically, if we just keep our bearings, look for light, feel for wind, watch out for giant spiders, and turn left at every fork, we'll be fine. We'll be fine.
You ever not turned left?
We did try that in the mines, and that was when we got more lost.
Oh. Okay.
And then we switched back to turning left, and we may have gone in some circles for a little bit, but it did give us a landmark because we found the cave-in again.
Oh. So you were more stuck.
Maybe.
Yes.
This is why I don't like being underground. Aside from the fact that there's no wind! It's most
You
cases
could blow. Just
What?
blow.
Uncle Funkums, do you want me to blow you?
I go back to slurping stew.
That's what I thought. After walking for a little bit, I come up behind Uncle Funkums, get like right by his ear, and just blow on his ear, very lightly, just.
I just scratch at it with my hind leg. Or
Flexible old goblin.
Alright,
It's not
well,
that
I thought
far.
that would help me feel better, but it does not. Anyways, as you can see now, I obviously did find my way out eventually from the mines. So that was less me and a bit more Stella.
did you die?
Yes, Uncle Funkums, I did. I died a horrible,
You
painful
like
death
me.
at the hands of a giant glowing spider.
Make a dexterity save.
You died to spider.
11?
As
You were bitten 11
in the
times.
mines, you were just walking down the path. As actually, I need you two to make dexterity saving throws as well. As your foot wouldn't pick up. You look down and you realize it's sand. Sand everywhere. Just began to sink in the sand as beneath the sand began to glow.
Oh no.
And then,
I think this is the sand that he warned us about.
as out from the sand explodes a large spider the size of a horse, that bites down as you kind of dodge as its fangs hit the ground next to you. What were your dex saves? 10? And, You are also stuck in the sand. As Stella being stuck in the sand.
Oh,
all three of you got stuck in the sand with spiders jumping out of the sand at you. The one that jumps out at you bites onto your leg, and then you feel the blood and even your organs be sucked out through your leg into the spider. As then the two other spiders eventually end up bringing you two down as you sink into the sand before being drained to your husks.
That's what happened to me, Uncle Funkums. And is why I am sitting right in front of you, perfectly fine. Anyways,
Speak to one who conquered death through grave god.
I'm gonna make a
Grave
deception
god gives you
check.
blessing too.
Okay.
It must be you got killed by spider.
13.
Yeah, so, his deception check is 13. It's up to you whether or not Uncle Funkums is genuinely convinced that he died by spiders.
I'm gonna roll insight, I guess. Well, that's a nat 1, so I take this to heart wholeheartedly.
After telling this whole thing to Uncle Funkums, I turn back around and go, anyways, we never saw any sand or any spiders, but still, got to be careful.
New doctor.
As you turn around, you feel something. You stop. Wind on the back of your neck. A very subtle breeze as you lick your finger as yet. The back of your finger gets slightly.
Oh, thank fate. I walk in that direction.
Yeah. You head in that direction, and eventually you start hearing a somewhat familiar sound. Sound of stones moving, metal clinking against a rock. Same sound you heard in the mines. As the dwarves were coming to rescue you.
I have heard these sounds before. The pickaxes? I continue in the direction of sound in both instances.
Yeah, make a survival check on both times. For both instances. To essentially track.
Okay, for the present,
Yes.
6.
Okay.
For the past, nat 20.
Okay, yeah. So in the past, you had sprinted forward, as you found dwarves, as they just were piercing through the stone to rescue you. As you sprint forward in the day, the rest of them following after you in the caves, and then you sprint forward as then make a perception check. You begin
17.
to hear other sounds, the echoing, clinking, now hearing the sound of water, and sounds kind of big, almost empty,
Wet.
as then you're like, wait! As then you stop, and just barely stop as a massive pit and a waterfall is falling down the pit as you stop.
Okay. Cool. I don't know what to do here. In the mines, we found some more dwarves. They were coming to save us. I heard the same clinking of pickaxes and went in the direction. I don't know finding it this time.
I'm not hearing no pickaxes.
I did.
Make a perception check to try to, like,
Yeah,
pick out the pickaxes again.
I'm gonna do that.
Go ahead. And any of you can attempt to do that, yeah.
Okay. 19.
You listen, and the two of you listen, and you hear the sound of, like faintly, but you hear the sound of the pickaxes of metal against stone echoing.
Okay. Somewhere. Somewhere there is.
Help me look for it.
Okay.
Well, since you helped me, you're probably taking lead still.
Yes.
So, make a survival check with advantage.
Don't fail me now, wisdom! Nat 20.
Okay, yeah. As you cautiously go forward this time, and then you see reflection. So, and then you go and you see light beaming through some rubble, cracks in some rubble. At the end of the hallway.
Cool. I walk over there, put my face to one of the cracks and go, hello?
Hey! You hear a voice you think is Brown? Ben, is that you?
Yes!
The others there?
What?
Yeah, we're here. I'm here, Kale. Can't hear by my voice.
Yes, we got Kale,
We got,
Ori,
We got, bunch of goblins.
Mr.
Three.
Uncle Funkum, sir. Is there another goblin? Oh yes, Dunkle, yeah.
He just puts a thumbs up to you.
I fist bump him.
Huh?
It's just the way Dunkle is.
Yes, he's good thing. Please get us out of here.
As, you continue to hear, like, clinking against the stone, as then eventually a hole opens up, and you see Sprow's face peering through.
Hi.
Hey! Found you!
Yes. I don't like caves.
Well, you're almost out, buddy.
Thank you.
Eventually,
You know,
get back to this.
you pirates are all wonderful people, and I'm very glad to be associated with you, but your digging skills are nothing compared to dwarves.
I mean, yeah, like, only a handful of dwarves here. Suppose that makes
Yes.
sense.
I do wonder what happened to that one dwarf.
What? Sprout, like, looks at you confused.
No.
Right, yeah, captured the goblins that had the crates.
Did you give them the stew? I told them that if they brought us the crates, we would give them the stew. It was a deal.
We didn't find any stew.
Uncle
I hold up the
Funkums?
pot that I've been drinking out of.
Oh, you had the entire pot!
I lean over and look into the stew. How much did you drink?
I
Please tell
cast
me.
mending on the stew.
The bone begins to grow a bit of flesh as, technically, like, mending does not work the way you've been saying it works.
Yeah, no, not at all.
But I am, like, I'm imagining it's more a necromancy cantrip that Uncle Funkum's invented.
Oh yeah, yeah. This is just this is the flavor text of being a death domain cleric.
Yeah, exactly. As the stew does not come back, but like the rib begins to grow flesh off of it.
Is there a little bit of stew?
There is some stew.
Okay.
Yeah,
I can work with that.
I like the concept of Uncle Funkum's just the entire time drinking from like one long drink from the stew.
Nursing from this thing as big as a bowling ball.
Oh no, this pot is probably larger than a bowling ball. Like
like cauldron pot?
Wait, like halfway between bowling ball and cauldron.
Ooh,
Yes.
it's big as his
How
head.
far back was the chasm with the waterfall?
It was not very far back.
Okay. I take the pot, go back to there, use elemental attunement to cause a 1-foot cube to shape itself and come into the pot, and then I use elemental attunement again to basically just cook the stew again. And like basically just make it taste like stew.
Right, it's some extra rare stew.
They won't know. As I take it back to the pirates and go, give these to the goblins.
Yeah.
Yes, stew.
Still,
Yes.
it's the only common word he's said so far.
Yes, stew.
Yeah.
One of you two that speaks common, let him know that this is the reward for all of them for bringing back the boxes.
Yeah.
Still.
That's what you get for bringing the boxes back.
Yeah. We
Yeah.
Tell him
We
to tell
we
him,
are like ground. We give box.
tell him to take it to his friends.
Take stew to your friends.
I hand the pot to him, and then I turn to the
He turns and just begins to walk off.
I put my hand on his head, pull him back. Sprout, take him to his friends. I gently nudge him and go,
Yeah. As Sprout walks in the opposite direction with the goblin, and then kind of crests a hill, and then you see the goblin go, "Wah, wah," and then he jumps, lands in the pot, and you see him begin to slide down the hill as he slides out.
I'm going to have to get a new pot when we go back to town. Or to the castle. Yes, castle.
Why, it looks like it still works.
Yes, yes it does. Well, that was less traumatic than my time in the mines.
That is good.
Figure you guys need some rest, and we're gonna message the peregrine, tell them to scout the big islands,
Thank you.
find where those goblins are backing up.
Yes. Make sure you let them know as much as they can to not, like, just kill them all. Make sure some of them are still alive. Be gentle-ish. I think we could maybe work something out with them.
Okay.
They seem relatively more reasonable than most guys. At least the ones we've encountered here.
Alright.
Not you! You're not from here! You're a very reasonable young woman, Ori.
Alright.
And to be clear, from what you have actually seen here, the way that these, like... Actually, no, from what you've seen, you haven't seen as much. Meryl. As you
Cool.
and you rest, and guys, where do you guys head? You guys head back to Admiral to rest. You do.
I think head back to the Admiral.
Yeah. Funkums, as you see them kind of leaving as you are standing there as the pirates are beginning to split up into groups. As well, it's more of two groups. One group, including Kale and others, are heading back to. Or Sprout. Sprout is the.
Before we go, the island that we were on, Uncle Funkum's home,
Yep.
Is that nearby?
Yes, it is, like, you see it floating in the sky above this center island archipelago.
I go, Ori,
Yes.
you and all the others that are going back with us, wait here for a minute. I will be right back. Uncle Funkums,
Yeah.
you're not very heavy, are you?
I pick myself up. No, not really.
Okay, come here. I hold out my arms.
Why pick yourself up? What do you do?
I mean, I hold the back collar of this bone tunic thing, and I just kind of pull and jump a little bit.
Okay, I go, alright, get on my back, please.
I scramble up.
How heavy is Uncle Funk?
Like, heavy as a third grader.
Because I'm pretty sure, like, the
Okay,
light
so
side of
throwable.
the light side of goblins is about 50. Do you remember what the heavy side of goblins is? Yeah, essentially ranging from 50 to 140.
Yeah, he's probably like 64.
Yeah.
Zoo
Okay,
Lane.
I can manage that. Yeah. As I take him on my back, draw the sword, and fly up to the island.
Yeah.
I set him down, walk over to the glowing bit, and go,
You kind of hear, like, the waves kind of rustle and the wind, fire roars.
hey, can you do me a favor? How about, I know you don't like him. I know you don't like Uncle Funko. But I think there's something to be gained for both of you. His presence here rather kind of keeps away other interlopers other than goblins, and goblins aren't going to do much harm to you. In fact, he rather protected the water. He was very adamant that we did not touch really anything around here. I think it's beneficial for you to keep him around, so maybe don't try and kill him anymore? Please?
Make a persuasion check.
Frick. 9.
These goblins. At this point, when he's talking this time, it kind of like morphs from Igni to Aqueous, I want to say. Between the different primordial language.
Yeah.
Almost the entire being speaking at once. The goblin. Small boat. God. They are not for here. They interlope or the door is open.
Right. Cool. Uncle Funkums, how attached are you to this house of yours?
It is the home of exile.
Even though it will try and kill you basically every like 45 minutes. To be clear, that's like half of one of your tree scratches.
Uncle Funkums cannot die.
Yes, I don't have any
You've got
evidence
taught
to the
me,
contrary.
Uncle Funk, that I live forever.
Right.
But it is inconvenient.
Would you maybe want to go to a safer place? Where you can have a lot of stew.
We on the island currently?
Yes, we're currently on the island.
Wait here.
And I go into the tree, and you hear some rustling, and I come out with a little satchel around my shoulder. It looks like it's full of stuff. And just looking up expectantly, like,
Okay.
Alright, hop back on!
Okay.
And
up, 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 up.
I draw the sword again and fly back down to the others.
Written.
Have fun, Mr. Island, sir. You're not very nice, but you are also pretty cool. Bye.
Bye, Big Land.
Goodbye, Funkums.
Oh, look
It does the funny growl.
Oh, look at that. He actually
You
knows your
actually,
name.
like, weirdly, as you are leaving, the wind and the stone, the way the stones clatter, and the fire roars and the waves move, together they almost sound like they say Funkum.
Oh, look at that. He knows your name. He didn't even know mine. And mine's pretty simple.
Yeah, Uncle Funkum is the great name. It's the name that will pass on forever.
Oh, yes, indeed. I definitely agree with this. So I come back down to the others, set Uncle Fuckums down, and I turn to Sprout and go, I think I found a new crewmate. For some ship. Could be the Admiral, could be the castle, either one. Got a lot to offer. I've noticed we've been missing some like priests and stuff to do like blessings on ships for their voyages so people don't die. I put my hand on top of Uncle Funkum's head and go, because believe me, this little fellow, there's definitely some kind of cult watching after him. Probably.
At this point, you see a pot waddling upside down up the hill towards the group. Notice it appears to have 3 sets of legs. As it's waddling up, and then there's like one goblin next to it holding onto the handle.
I'm going to let them keep that. I'll get a new one when we go back.
As, yeah, they, like, come up, and you actually tell that, like, the one holding the handle is kind of looping the like, ones in the pot around.
We're not speaking.
It is actually very clear to you that, one thing, like, you see them moving their hands while they are kind of blabbering at each other. They are not speaking Goblin.
Reminds you of someone.
However, they are saying something to you, Uncle Funkums, and you do know what they're saying.
Yes.
I'm not gonna tell you what they're saying, like, you can decide what they're saying.
Yeah, no, but I know what they're saying.
You know what they're saying.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he begins to spin the pot with the 3 goblins in it.
I need to learn. I need to learn one of these languages, either Goblin or whatever that is.
No.
That is not Goblin.
Still need to
Far
learn it.
from it.
Well, Uncle Funkums, you are now the proud owner of this pot, which I am also going to say is your ship. So you are now Captain Uncle Funkums, and this is your ship, the ASS Wind. The ASS Wind Stew. Congratulations. I take my red sash and I cut it so that there's enough pieces for all of the goblins, and I start tying them on them and go, "You're all pirates now." Congratulations.
I'm just like rattling the raccoon bones back and forth in the pot, just making a little excited noise.
Oh, no, there's no room in the pot.
Oh no, I know.
Just the other.
You're essentially just hitting the goblin's feet with your raccoon. As their feet are kind of like the pot has fallen over at this point, and their feet are like flailing wildly. As that is where we are going to end for today.
As it should
Story,
be.
some of the goblins on the isle, and a little bit of stories of backstory and whatnot.
I have now convinced a goblin religious leader, 1, that I died and came back, and 2, that he's a pirate now.
Yeah, you've invented new doctrine.
Something to do with spiders, maybe with weirdly colorful people.
Yeah.
You might have just improved goblin EHR relations.
Probably.
Yeah, Vind was a bit more serious, just more serious in general about the pirate thing. He basically is trying to get the goblins and the pirates to coexist. He basically wants them to assimilate into one culture.
And fortunately, you got the outcast group.
They're more friendly than the other ones. The other ones are trying to kill everyone.
Yeah. There's no point. You live.
I mean, to be fair,
Not again.
he did make friends with both Twitch and Weedy
Yeah.
before blowing up their ship.
Yeah. Yeah.
On accident. On accident.
Yeah.
That's how it goes. It's okay.
Yeah.
Did we end?
Yes, the session is done.
Okay. I didn't. Okay. Because we're still streaming.
Yes,
So I don't
we are
know.
still streaming.
Okay. I'm not.
The session itself is done, and it's kind of session at the...
Well, now here we all are in our little ways.
Hey Josh, once we cut off the stream, I've got some stuff to read to you. Because you know what we haven't done in a few months?
Cocaine.
Big Joe.
Same difference.
Jake Gyllenhaal facts.
So your guess of cocaine was not too far off.
Peter, please break it down.
I am finally done with my summer class, so I'll actually be able to plan into these sessions a bit more.
Yeah.
Same. I really only planned this. I only did any planning today, including getting Gimmick involved. Like, I think I asked him like 4 hours before the session or something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Josh boy.
Yeah.
Josh boy.
So, that was fun.
It was great.
I feel that though, because one of the few times that I was able to come back into Barovia was a last minute you being like, hey, can you make it? And me being like, yeah, I can make it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's every time that I was able to make it.
Sounds about right.
Was you last minute being like, hey, you can do this, right? And me being like, yeah!
Your conversation with Uncle Funkums, you were supposed to fall into the cave sooner.
Yeah.
And I actually realized that I initially set you guys off with too few people. Because the problem with Stella being with you is she knows the event that you went through. Because she was there with you.
Right!
So I couldn't have her asking you.
Yeah.
So I was like, how do I get someone else here? So I was like, oh yeah, she'll go back.
Yeah.
But,
Stella.
yeah, if I had more time to plan, and specifically more time to talk with Gimmick about what he was doing, like pacing probably would have been a little bit better.
Yeah.
Not that I didn't enjoy this.
I was gonna
This
say,
is
I
amazing.
love... My favorite thing so far with Vind is the fact that all of the goblins he has encountered he's got along with better than most of the people. Like, the amount of people that he's, like, really well gotten along with are all within the party. And like, second captain. But,
Yeah.
But, like, the veiled one, the old man, and, like, a couple of those other people were just kind of like, this guy's a little weird. But then he gets with goblins, and they're all like, you make sense to me!
I mean, that's because goblins don't try to think. If something doesn't make sense, they're just like, yes, makes sense. I mean, to be fair, actually, this faction of goblins are the faction of goblins that think the most of all of the goblins. Which also probably means they have the shortest life expectancy.
Yeah.
I feel like...
But, I mean, just because of how Uncle Funkums is, the society he ended up shaping would end up being a more thinking
Yeah.
than some of the others that are a little bit more improvisation.
I
Go with
Re- revolutionary.
I like to think that, you know, the whole thing with Uncle Funkums being called a heretic by the other goblins? I like to think that it was just that it wasn't all of them calling him a heretic. It was a very small group, but they didn't know what it meant. They just thought it was profit.
I mean, sort of. And I don't know if I want to get into the Goblin Uncle Funkums relation.
Yeah.
And, like, what's happening there? You do know that the exile, like, you would have gathered that the exile is self-imposed.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
He essentially has exiled himself.
Christ Evans.
Send it to me,
Sacrilegious, but okay.
Send it to me. I can't see.
Sending it to
I
you now.
really
Oh my god.
love the idea of
Josh wants you to send
I
it to
did
him as well.
I will.
I love the idea of there still being like a sect
hey,
within
are
the
you
goblin
doing
like
it
city
over
that believes in the grave god and not the gravy god.
The grave.
And they're like
I don't know how much I want to get into goblin culture with this filler stuff.
yeah.
Because the problem with that is, I mean, kind of what happened with this session is it takes up too much time in the session.
Yeah.
And it was
Spin-off campaign.
Just
goblins.
that'd be fun.
Just goblins. Oops, all goblins.
I was
That's
actually
the campaign.
Actually, one based off of the last goblin shot that happened. Were you here for the last goblin shot?
Oh yeah.
He was here, and he ended up trying to kill goblins constantly.
That was like right before we left, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
it was
Yeah.
right before we left
Yeah.
from
I can't-
this last.
Yeah, I can't remember where I was, but I was not
Yeah.
here.
But
Gee-
it actually
Jesus.
it didn't just explore the goblins a little bit, but it explored the world.
Yeah.
Which is something I'm having a lot of fun exploring more now.
Yeah. I really like this one.
Yeah.
I remember when we first came up with this, and you sent me that pin of a map of floating islands, and we were like, this has to be something.
Which basically what it ends up being is like when it's nighttime, the top of the surface of the islands and stuff do have some darkness, but it's all underlit because the core of the planet is constantly glowing mist.
Yeah.
And aurora borealis. So like it's underlit by rainbow at night.
My only regret in being able to interact with this setting is playing a character with low intelligence, because I keep thinking about, okay, what if coming to this setting as like a high intelligence like enchantment wizard who knows what's going on and is able to be like, oh, this is this.
Yeah.
Whereas like with Vind, I'm like, no, he knows what it is, he just doesn't know what it is.
Right. Like it's a more of a kind of esoteric, more like in tuned, not knowledgeable.
Yeah, he's not knowledgeable about it, but he understands. It's like instinct.
But by the way, Uncle Funkums, you have like the animals that are here that you have seen they shapeshift constantly.
Oh yeah.
They've like never really decide on what they are. The only thing that kind of has decided that what it is essentially sky whales. And that happened relatively recently, where they have solidified what they are. But at this point, a lot of the fleet in my imagination kind of like sailing around this area kind of defensively. So really, it's only the. Actually, if I had thought about it, I would have said the Peregrines there, and Admiral Castle, near the archipelago. But yeah, it's gonna be fun exploring more, and doing more kind of nothing episode. Or raining, backflashes.
Yeah, plot is fun, but being able to have just small character interacting moments of what's seemingly stupid stuff, but is like a bit more slice of life than normal.
Because life is stupid.
Exactly.
Who knows if Gimmick will end up coming back as a guest character to play Uncle Funkums in the future?
Yes.
I do, but I'm not telling.
One of the other goblins that I mentioned that actually showed up in season 1, I'm not sure if that episode, I think that might be one of the last episodes though, was Twitch. Oh
yeah!
I forgot to have you describe the elemental stuff about Uncle Funkums, because he's now become a air goblin. So technically he would have like some sort of air genasi traits. Because Twitch is constantly on fire now. Like,
yes!
His head is constantly on fire.
My boy!
I just imagine that the beard was like constantly windswept.
Yeah.
It's like blowing.
It's
like
constantly blowing, like he has a leaf blower constantly blowing at his face.
I
When he
miss
talks,
Twitch.
his like mouth like opens up. Like
cheeks are just enormous.
yeah, his cheeks just kind of balloon out while he talks.
I miss Twitch. I'm so proud of
If
my
that's
boy.
the case, I'm gonna have to start talking like, so you talk like this because there's so much room in it now.
But yeah.
That's good
So
radio.
Dante played Twitch in a Goblin shot. This is what like Uncle Funkums Twitch Weedy and a few other goblins are actually Grumble Dump as well, the final boss of the last season, which was also a lost episode. His first sighting where Kyuke cuts his leg in half might still be around. That episode might still be around, but unfortunately the final boss fight is lost.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna work on a good old description of that and recap of that for the opening of season 2. Yeah. I initially, before I asked Dante to be a player in the campaign, an actual character, I tried to get him to be a guest character.
Yeah. I think I ended up having some schedule conflict.
Yeah.
I think I was free on one day, and then the party had schedule conflict, and you rescheduled.
Yeah.
And we were initially like,
right.
oh yeah, I think I can do that day, and then like last second, something like with family or something came up.
Because the day that we that you initially could have, we had played the one shot.
That's right.
Pirate
That's
one
right
shot.
because I was in town.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what it was.
I remember that now.
Yeah. Well, again, thank you for watching. Thank you all for playing.
Indeed. Thank you for being a wonderful DM. As always.
Thank you, Kiara. Thank you, everybody.
It's
Wait,
hard.
wait, wait,
It's hard not to be an amazing.
Big Gyllenhaal side.
Oh boy.
Fair.
Ah!